we go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And happy Sunday, October the 1st, or as we say, Octombre. Happy October 1st, everyone. And yeah, some people here in Canada even get the day off tomorrow to recognize Indigenous people, but apparently our province doesn't think that that's the greatest of ideas. So anyway, that's the way it is. But next weekend we get a long weekend for our wonderful Thanksgiving, which of course is earlier than our US counterparts. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. On screen is the wonderful Rebbe vent back from its day 20, which was the 29th of July this year. And that is what we've got there. So that's what's on. First off, welcome to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy. And good to see you, Piggy. And then, of course, as well as Sue, who seems to be here just about all the time. Awesome. And I haven't seen the other ones yet, but CND Boy and possibly Gary, 24/7 Live, Face at Skies, as well as Siggy and Yvonne Kunkel. And of course, Yvonne being back at home, no longer in Iceland, so she is looking, well, she's got a few days off, but she's looking for volcanic activity. We'll see what happens. Anyway, all good, but she is going to go to Indonesia on the 16th, apparently, so that'll be fascinating. Anyway, we'll get at saying hello to all of you, and we'll start out by saying hi to Nancy and Buchanan and Philomena and Gaines and Peter Greenleys and Hermione and Fluffy and Kananaskis Country. Welcome everyone. John Raper's here, as well as Mars 2028. Dan also in the house. Welcome. Still going up here. Sharon Stewart, welcome. And let's see, who else we got in between here now? I got Dan, got Mars, got Peter. Yep, got all those good people. Still scrolling upwards here to see if I can spot some other names in between that I haven't mentioned as of yet. And Brian Perfectability 999 is here, welcome. And still scrolling upward looking for Joey Vertis, if that's I pronounced correctly, welcome. And let's see, who else we got? Peter we got, okay. All right, we're all the way to the top. Sharon Stewart was the first one in today. Got the cookies. Way to go, Sharon. And yeah, gets to see, yeah, you bet. Yvonne gets to see Indonesia, which is a whole different ball game over there. No heavy coats, no winter parkas required for the most part. So it's going to be pretty awesome there. Anyway, let's get at things. And anyway, welcome to all of you. If I didn't mention your name, of course, you can always just jump in there and say, hey, you didn't say hi to me. And I try to say hello to everyone. So we are a big happy family. Welcome, Grandma B, and welcome Metal Only 54, and happy Sunday to you as well. Sunglasses and sunscreen for Yvonne. Yep, she's gonna have to have both of those for sure. I finally got a new clock. It shows the day of the week too. Awesome, Grandma B. And I was wondering why you were here so early. And that is cool. Mine, if I didn't have all the letters stacked up in front of it, I'd be able to see mine as well. But I see the time and the temperature. That's all I can't see the date from here unless I stand up or push down the paperwork in front of it. But all cool. Anyway, yeah, it's good to be keeping track. And I noticed that too when I wasn't working. You know, it's like, geez, what day of the week is it? So it is the way it is. I just hope Yvonne Kunkel doesn't get a massive sunburn in Indonesia. And Mars, that's actually a very keen observation because it will be very hot there. The seasons are changing, and of course it's getting to their hot time, and we'll see what happens there. So summer's coming. And it's already cooking there, so that'll be interesting. I hope she dresses appropriately. I'm sure she will. She's not well. I mean, going to Mount Etna, that's pretty warm in the summertime too. So I'm assuming similar climates. Anyway, let's stop our canned lava here from our wonderful Rebbe. And we'll just turn all the banner stuff off for right now. We'll pop over to Kilauea and see what it is doing very quickly. And there we see the vents at Kilauea not doing a darn thing. We see our steamer out front still steaming. The hills in the background are steaming, but nothing from the vents. So that's kind of not that good. Let's see what we've got in the still shots real quick. This was from earlier. I'm going to refresh it and we'll get a current picture. There we go. Where's my hamster? Hamster not showing. Fix hamster not showing. And there we go. I click button. Hamster now showing. There's our vent over there. And of course our central vent area with Pig Island still existing. The West Lava Pond, West Vent was buried underneath here somewhere, and our big hole still existing. Hard to see in this shot, so I'm not too worried about it though. Moving to the next one, this one was from 10:01 Hawaii Standard Time, and let's get this one refreshed. So it's a current shot. There we go, and this is from our cam that's mounted on the south, I guess it'd be technically southeast corner of the crater of Kilauea, and we can see that steamer right in here, and of course our central vent there of Halemaumau, which is that portion, and maybe even a little bit of a rain or something droplets on the screen here, but that's what we're seeing. So nothing really spectacular happening. We still see that steam rising up in this area, as well as some of these spots here and along the wall. Of course, a little bit more there today. I don't know why, but maybe because we're having some light rain. It might even have some steam coming out of the walls over here. Not 100% sure. So that's what we're seeing, and we'll carry on to the thermal. And that one was from 8:56. Let's redo that. Get the current one, and that is as close to current as we get. And you can see not anything new coming in from the eastern side, and still gradually cooling off over here on the western side of the Halemaumau, and the old lava pond still intact there, and the vent, west vent, is still showing a little bit of an extra glow here. So that's that area. Interesting to see that, but it didn't get lava into it from the new flows, because of course it was on higher ground. All right, let's leave that be, and that is our wonderful stuff at Hawaii today. That again is our current view of the vents. Let's leave that be, and we'll put it back on that one so I know where it is. Next one will be over in our wonderful Iceland, and let me get onto the right screen here. We're supposed to be on this one. Why is that? Things that make you go, Anyway, we do see our wonderful Keilir being silhouetted by the wonderful lights of Reykjavik, the capital city. Not sure, but that I think is the moon. I'm not sure why it's buffering right now, but we can back up. Let's see, 3 hours or so, get back into some daylight and see what we've got going on. And there we go. There's our Reb event. And again, we see our wonderful Keilir in the background. We do see some steam coming off of it, and likely due to moisture getting onto it and just steaming off, and a little bit of heat. Let's go back a little bit more, like about 9 hours ago, and it was raining then. You can see a little more steam coming off. That stuff's still quite hot underneath there, so it's going to take a bit, maybe a year to cool down properly, if not more, depending on how thick it is. So pretty awesome. Anyway, let's leave that be. We're going to put that one back on live and make it small, and we'll get over to our next one. And this one is got a commercial on it, and that's nice, but we don't like commercials. There we go. The moonlight, of course, causing the sky to be a little bit lighter, and we can just barely make out Ragnar over there in the distance. We are on top of Thorbjorn, just to the south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. And there's our daytime version of that. You can see the Atlantic Ocean over here, and of course, yeah, not creaky areas of the one that's kind of visible right there. So that's not creaky. And a Storihöge over there on the other side. So pretty cool. Anyway, not much there. It looks pretty calm, so we'll leave that be, put it back on live, and move to our next shot. This one, of course, will be from the Perlin Center, and that is our wonderful downtown Reykjavik. And nothing happening there. I don't see any volcanoes spurting up. We see the lights zipping around. Must be getting a little bit on the hazy side there. Those are the beacon lights on top of the Perlin Center, of course. And let's back that up just a little bit. We'll go about 7 hours, I guess, just to have a peek. Wasn't that bad of a day, not that bright, but hey, it is what it is. If we go back a little bit more, yeah, kind of a ho-hum day, but it doesn't look like it was raining too bad or anything like that. Don't see any droplets on the Perlin Center's glass here, so all good. And we'll put that one back on live, and that is the current view. So pretty awesome. We'll make it smaller and go to the next shot, and this one should be our wonderful Katla. And of course, at nighttime we don't get to see much of it. Let's see, during the daytime hours, well, we do see the edges of our glaciated area there. And of course, Katla is right in there underneath all that ice and snow. And speaking of ice and snow, they've got some clouds there that may be producing more snow. And let's see, what do we got? A little further back. No, that stuff's drifting in pretty heavy. I'm trying to see if we can find a spot where we can actually see it a little bit better, but I don't believe we do. That's about as good as it's going to get, right around there. There we go. You can actually see it. So they did get some more snow, because that was a little bit more rock looking yesterday, so grayish. They did get a new layer of snow on there. And let's leave it as that for there, and we'll put that one back on live, current condition, and we'll make that smaller and go to the other side, or the other view of the same area, which apparently has commercials on, but let's get rid of those, and now we'll be able to see it. Maybe we'll see what we've got from this angle. Well, we do see it. I don't know if it's all that great, though. We see a portion of it. Oh, there. That's a little bit better. So, yeah, you can see the top of Katla up there. And again, it looks pretty fresh. So new snow on Katla. And let's make that one smaller. Next one, the Reykjanes Peninsula. And there you can see the lights of Grindavik and the two Navy radio receiver towers over here. And then, of course, the lights of the geothermal power plant. And the glow in the sky there from caused by the lights of Reykjavik. So that's pretty cool. And I don't know if that's a light from over at where the Blue Lagoon is or not, but we'll go back a bunch of hours here and just see. That light was around here somewhere. So no, that is too high up in the air. And that is over there. So okay, must have been a UFO or something. Anyway, there we can see the main steam geyser down there, and of course they're letting off a lot of steam. That means that they've got extra steam being produced, and they can afford to waste some of it. So interesting to see that, but that is pretty awesome. And off in the distance there, of course, you can kind of see the little white house houses, whatever, out there in Grindavik. So pretty cool. All right, let's leave that there. That's what we're seeing in our wonderful Iceland right now, at least on the Reykjanes Peninsula and that area. And we'll make that one smaller. Let's go to the next one. Next shot here is of our harmonic tremor charts, and that is of interest. Let's refresh that. And when I see that, I thought, well, are we going to get something? And I'm kind of going, I don't know now. Anyway, watching our magmatic and did just a little bit there during the course of the day, and then towards the evening it looks like it's going to end up going down. Seismicity was okay up to I guess about mid-morning or so, and dropped off and came kind of steady. And then what we thought, well, I thought this from yesterday was going to continue here today, but no such luck, and we had quite a drop. And then we've got a couple little quakes in there. This, of course, the ODF chart, and that is close to our fragile Fjeld. There are other charts in the area, so we're going to look at some of those. And we'll zip up here and start with, let's see, Kristuvik will be our next one that we want to look at. I think I passed it. Darn it, I went too far, too fast. There's Kristuvik. Slight little drop and pretty much steady all the way across as far as the magmatic on purple color. Seismicity up a little bit, down a little bit, and kind of almost the same place it started. So I'm not really seeing anything too crazy there. The seismicity was almost in conjunction with what we're seeing here with the tectonic movement. So I think maybe just a little bit of a tectonic slip. Let's take a look at the next ones. That'll be our, so that one is to the northeast of Fragile Fjeld. The next one here, this is straight to the east, and about center way from top to bottom of Fragile Fjeld. So this pretty steady as it goes, and we do see seismicity up slightly, dropped slightly, and about the same thing as our other one over at the ODF one, showing our starting at about the same point. Anyway, looks like a little bit more of an uptick here, a little rougher looking than what we had at the ODF chart, but I'm wondering if something else is going on there. Same spikes in here, so I measured the same little earthquakes. Let's take a look at the Grindavik one, and that one will be to the southwest of Fragile Fjeld. And again, looks like a magmatic movement about the same all the way across, a little less in seismicity there as far as their action. And we are seeing an uptick and a drop just like the other ones here as far as our tectonic movement. So I think most of what we see, we can base it on tectonic movement so far. Grimsey, and let's see, Grimsey, pretty much, I don't know, nothing too crazy. It just dropped a little bit with seismicity and came back up to a magmatic signal, came back up to where it was and when it started. Seismicity dropped a little and regained a little bit at the end there, so nothing spectacular going on there, as well as our tectonic action. Pretty quiet up on the northern end for some reason. And we'll see what Astia has got to say. And Astia is about in the middle of the island, or roughly, just kind of call it the middle if we want. There we definitely see a little bit of an uptick in our magmatic, and then it dropped again and came back up, so ended up a little higher than from where we started. And then seismicity, definitely a yo-yo situation, going up and down a dozen times here. I'm not sure what the heck is going on there, and we've got about the same pattern showing here in our tectonic, so those two again together, and that would kind of lead to a little bit of tectonic movement, not so much a magmatic movement, at least in my opinion. So there we go. No chart for Katla. No, Katla, I think the closest sensor that we can use at Katla, let's see if we can spot one here. I'm just trying to think of which one is closest. If there is one for, where's the M's? Head fork. No. Hang on, let's take a look at the map and see if there is one. It's break time. We're going to get back to this map in a minute. I just want to see if which that brings up a curious question: which sensor is closest? And we'll turn on the sensors and the plate boundary, and then we'll zoom in here and see which one it is. God, that's the one you want to take a look at there. Mars, that's the closest one. And G-O-D, God. Godabunga. And that's the closest sensor to a Katla, as far as I can tell, on that side. And this one here, HVO, is the other one, down in the south, and an ALF. ALF is the other one. But so you got God, ALF, and HVO. I don't know what to make out of that. All right, that be what we got there. And what's this guy here? Oh, AUS. That's even closer. I didn't even see that guy there. So that is your closest one, the AUS. These are super unhelpful names. Well, the AUS is on the charts, so you can find that, AUS. Let me see if we can locate that chart real quick, and see if we can spot it. I just got to get back over there. Is AUS on there? AUS, where are you? AS, there is AUS right there. And that's the one you can use for our Katla, AUS. That gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. And that's as close as we can get it. So, might be understandable in Icelandic. Possibly. Austmanbunga. Austmanbunga. AUS. Austmanbunga. So that should work. Yeah, AUS. Austmanbunga. There you go. We'll leave it at that. I'm going to take that break. Let's get the old canned lava rolling here. And at least we now know it's the AUS one. Hey, Tanto's here, just in time for me to go for a break. For those good people who are just coming in or haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bop if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing, and that'd be awesome. In the meantime, I'm going to go for a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Play nice in the lava field. I'll be back. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thanks for the welcome backs from Tanto and Sue and John and King Colin and Mars 2028 and Henry Nelson and Kananaska's Country and Mr. Pillar. And thank you, everyone. And that is awesome. And there is an I hear you, cookie, DrFox2000. Oh, hang on, I got that in the wrong order. Never mind, I'll leave that be. Oh, those cookies were, that's dyslexia taking over. Get sidetracked. Cookies first. Ha! Oh, go figure, eh? Anyway, let's leave that be. And we'll pause that lovely lava. That order works better. Yeah, cookie. I like it. I like cookies. All right, over to the earthquakes that we had there, and we were looking to see which chart was actually closest, and we turned on that sensor, the little box there in our map. Of course, that is the seismometers. You can see where they're located. So that is the closest one, AUS or Austmanbunga. Austmanbunga is the one just north of Katla. Okay, and that is just on the outside of the primary caldera. And that is the size of that caldera. It's huge. Anyway, that's where it is. All right, let's get into earthquakes. What do we got happening? And we got too many to count. 194 in the last 24 hours. When we take a look at the map, where are they happening? On both north and south end. Looks like the southern end, though, is the busier area. And we'll take a look at some of these. And those are over on the North American plate area. We got a 3.5, 2 kilometers down, 1344. A 3.3, 5.2 clicks down, 1725. Then on the Raken's Ridge, a 3.45, 10 kilometers down from a 1438. And a 2.3, 1.1 kilometers down from a 1528. And we'll end up skipping a bunch of little ones in here because I can't go 194 quakes, but we'll nail as many as we can. Anyway, 3.1, 1.1 clicks down, and that's on the Raken's Ridge, and that's from 1731. Then we got a 2.9, 4.9 clicks down, a 1329, 1.8, 1.1 kilometer down, 1742. And then we get to that swarm that is sitting at the end of the Raken's Peninsula. And that is just tremendous. For those who need to know, there's the lighthouse. The view of the geyser vent that we were looking at is over here. So it's just behind the lighthouse. And within, I'd say, a kilometer, if that. And that is where it's happening. And mind you, we had one right here at the lighthouse too, a 0.7, 5.2 clicks down from 1735. So yeah, that's a little bit of a swarm. Let's grab this big one out of the batch first. A 3.17, 6.9 kilometers down, 1720 is the time on it. Then we got a bunch of small stuff, 5.2 clicks down for this 0.1 from 1503. Let's see, we grab some bigger ones here. 2.94, just about a 3. 6.2 clicks down, 1345. 2.19, 5.6 clicks down, 1322. The 1.8 on land, 5.9 kilometers down, 1536 for him. And we see most of these are really small. I'm not going to go after those. 1.5, 5.5 kilometers down, 1402. Very interesting. And we got, let's try these here. 1.6, 6 kilometers down, 1400. 1.32, 4.5 kilometers down, and that is from 1224. 1.3, 5.3 clicks down, 1731. 1.5 down here, 6.3 kilometers down, 1336. A fairly fresh 1.1 from 1942, and that's 6.7 kilometers down. So it gives you a general idea of the depth of these. We'll maybe grab some on the outskirts here. 1.2, 5 clicks down, 1349. 0.3, 5.1 clicks down, 1405. Let's see what's happening on land. This one over here, 7.3 clicks down, 1433. This one, 5.2 clicks down, 1810. 0.2, 5.2 clicks down, 1333. 0.52, 5.8 clicks down from 12 minutes after 8 a.m. 1.03, 6.5 kilometers down, 913. 0.6, 6 kilometers down, 555. From 7 minutes after 9 a.m. a 0.24, 5.8 kilometers down, and a 0.71, it disappeared, and 3.7 kilometers down from 7:38 this morning. Moving over, we don't see anything directly at the Blue Lagoon or Grindavik. We do have this one a little further over, and that's a 0.47, 1.1 kilometers down from 9 minutes after 1 a.m. This is the outline for our Fragerafjeld area in this region. That's what we're hoping for, to see some action. Location here is our Ragnar. That's our Siggy Fisher. And this vent up here is our Rebbe vent. Let's take a look at this, and this is on the hillside of Natkriki, 0.7, and that's 1.2 kilometers down, and 10:02 this morning. This one is from 1.12, 6.7 kilometers down, 9:56. And this one is from 104 this morning, a 0.04 kilometers down, and this one a 0.3, 6.6 clicks down, and that's from 1:33 this morning. So not that much action happening in our Fragerafjeld. It all seems to be right here on the tip of the peninsula. Let's take a look at here. 1.13, 4.6 clicks down, 5:05 this morning. Next one from 9:56, and that's a 1.56, and that's a 6.9 clicks down. Moving over a little bit more, seeing what's at the end of the Reykjanes Peninsula. 3:22 this morning, a 0.63, 7.1 clicks down. Then we got a 0.5 from 12.1 kilometers down, 2028, and a few of them are stacked up here. Nothing big though. Biggest one a 0.6, 3.6 kilometers down from 1929. Moving over a little bit more and up, we see a couple up here. Nothing over 1, so 0.9, 9.5 kilometers down, 10:35, a 0.8, 5.6 clicks down from 15:10, and a 0.74, 4.8 kilometers down, 8:33 was the time on that. Sliding down, a couple more all by themselves, 0.8, 3.5 kilometers down, 17:29, and a 0.06, 6.7 kilometers down, 5:12. And nothing over here at our Hekla. And now we get down here. Let's grab this one out in the water first. It's a magnitude 2, 5.2 kilometers down, 1927 on that. Now there's Eyjafjallajökull, and it looks like we got 2 quakes fairly close. 2.5 from 2.4 kilometers down at 1949. The other one, 2.5, and that's 3.4 kilometers down, 1922. Moving up, 1.94 and 0.7 kilometers down, 2144. And 1.5, 6.1 kilometers down from 1346. And then over here we get a 2.3, and that's 7.8 kilometers down from 1732. Now getting into the actual Katla area, Let's start with this 1.8 up top here, 5.2 kilometers down, 1904, and 1910, another 1.8. This is 1.6 kilometers down. Then a 1.3, 7.9 clicks down from 1634, and from 1533, a 0.3, 1.1 kilometer down. And then we got this 1.9 down below here, 11 kilometers down from 1853. Has there been? I don't think there has been. I don't think they want to do that just yet. I'd want to see a little bit more action. You got to remember, Mars, this, you see the fault line here? This is right at a corner. And, well, you know, it's not a perfect 90, but we've got a corner here, and you're going to have a pressure zone on that corner. And I'm surprised we're not seeing more quakes on this side either, but you got a pressure zone happening over here. And if the plates are indeed moving away from each other a centimeter a year, there's got to be something giving somewhere and pushing up in that area. And that may have some intrusion underneath there. I really don't know if there is something going to go on. Anyway, we'll leave that there for right now. Food for thought, right? 1.5, 1.9 kilometers down, and that is 2116 for that guy. And let's go see, and this is Grimsvatn, 2.3 kilometers down, 2.3 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down from 406. We got a 2.82, and that's 491 meters down, right close to Bardabunga from 1806. And let's see what the other ones are. This one is 0.03, 10.7 clicks down, 147, a 0.83, 3.1 clicks down, and that's at 619. Then we've got a 0.6, 4.8 clicks down, and that is from 4 minutes after 12 noon. And let's see what else we got in there. 1.1, 1.3 kilometers down, 1206, and 1207, a 0.8, 6.4 kilometers down. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. We got that 1.5, I think. Yeah, 1.9 clicks down. Let's move over to Askja. This is all we see at Askja today, a 0.5, 4.1 kilometers down from 1002. Nothing really wild going on there. There's Herdebreit. We've got 2 just to the south of it. A 0.27, 7.3 kilometers down, 527, and a 0.66, 6.7 kilometers down, 523. Moving up a little bit more, we see a 1.1 up here, 4.5 kilometers down, 1858. And then we get to see what's in the water. 0.8, 5.5 clicks down, 1832. There's actually a couple of them there. There's a 1.1 there as well, 8 kilometers down, 1830. There we go. And a 0.66, 10 kilometers down from 3:40 a.m. From yesterday's 22:24, a 1.5, 1.1 kilometer down. A 0.8, 1.82, 10 kilometers down, 908, and 1.5, 9.6 kilometers down, 557 this morning, and a 1.17, 10 kilometers down, 623. Up a little bit higher, we got a 2.2, 5.9 kilometers down, and that came in at 11:13 their time. And the big one on the top end is a 3.18, 10 kilometers down from 8:55 this morning. So we've got 3s happening up north, lots of 3s happening down south. So we are getting more movement here in this area than we are up here. The charts kind of indicated that as well. And we're definitely seeing a lot more movement on the Reykjanes Peninsula and the Reykjanes Ridge in comparison to the other areas. Still not sure what we're going to see here at Katla. And you know, Mars, you mentioned that you're kind of thinking that they should raise it to yellow. I don't know yet. We've seen this before, and then it drops back off to hardly anything, maybe a few ice, you know, solidifications or cracks, whatever it is, ice movement, and then everything goes away again for a while. It's hard to say, but yeah, we'll definitely try to put this this one into our list of ones to look at. Ausmanbunga is the sensor name, AUS, and we'll see if we can add that to our daily routine, to if we have time, of course. So that'll be interesting to do. Anyway, neat looking earthquakes there in Iceland today, and really does make a guy wonder, what are we going to see in the future? Obviously, we have to still have a magma intrusion for this to be happening, but we are also seeing, well, what I would refer to as tectonic movement. Plates are shifting slightly, and you know, these quakes, I don't know if it's just movement. We'll see what happens. Has everyone done the thumbs up yet? That'd be a good idea if you didn't do the thumbs up. Give it a quick bop. That'd be cool. I'd like that. Hopefully a seamound, Dr. Fox. Well, I don't know if we'll see a seamound. It'd be neat to have a seamound just right down here somewhere. I would love to see that. Maybe this little guy turns into a volcano. Create some more land. The Reykjanes Peninsula definitely needs some more land. We need to see a nice new chunk of island right down here. What do you think? Everyone in favor, put up your hand. Oh, never mind. We can't see that. I need to do a poll if that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time, getting ready for that break. Let's put you back on the canned lava. Of course, this is Rebbe. The Rebbe vent there from July 29th this year, so awesome. Arena, welcome, and all good. And more like a fissure eruption with lots of steam. Oh, come on, we don't want fissure eruptions, we want like sprouting volcanoes. Like, let's see, Mayon, the shape of Mayon is what we want, right at the end of the Reykjanes Peninsula. That would be really cool. Although, yeah, it's likely going to be another start of another pancake, as I call it. We'll leave it at that. I'm going for the break. Don't go away, guys. We'll have bacon seeds when I come back, and that'll be cool. What Sharon Stewart says, like Cersei morphing morphing to Mayon, like, yeah. Ragnar returns. Yeah, that'd be interesting too. I wouldn't mind seeing the shape of a Ragnar pop out of there. That'd be an awesome volcano. For a shield volcano, I mean, hey, gotta have a sprout somewhere. All right, I'm gonna go for that break. After the break, bacon seeds. So we'll be happy. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit that like button if you haven't bopped it yet. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. On that note, I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mr. Pillar and Sue and King Colin and Tanto. Thank you. And Ariane, and I see you said that you're going for the third transplant on that left eye to get the cornea replaced. I hope that you tell them this time you want the version with autofocus and super zoom and x-ray vision, as well as thermal and infrared capabilities. Never mind playing around. Get the works, okay? And thanks, John, as well as Mars 2028 in Kananaskis country. Awesome. Let's get at our bacon seeds. We'll stop our canned lava here. That's our wonderful Rebbe event there in Iceland, of course, on the Reykjanes Peninsula. And let's get over there and see what we got for bacon seeds. And here's the last one from yesterday, the one that needed the hogwash. And of course, Piggy sent some more in to us. So we'll see what Piggy sent for us today. There she is sending. And that's between her falling asleep or not. And by the way, Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. We know that guy. Oh, you do. Anyway, big happy birthday to Thistle. Thistle is 1 year old today. And happy birthday is Thistle. Here's our first bacon seeds. How do we know it's bacon seeds? It says so on the screen. Bacon seeds. I don't know how many we got there. 7 of them. 7 is a lucky number, isn't it? Bacon seeds. Everybody needs 7 bacon seeds to keep happy. So get your 7 pack of bacon seeds. That's slightly more than a half a dozen. Let's get to the next one. His what? His snout disturbed me. Look, a bacon seed. That's where you find them, and that's where you scratch them. You got to scratch your bacon seeds in the right place, otherwise they won't be happy like him. Okay, Susie, and we'll see you later. And here's another bacon seed, and I think this one needs a hogwash, though. He's looking a little bit snouty. Oh, gotta love it. Next bacon seed coming up is this one. Oh, and that's actually 2. And we like that. What are they munching on? Looks like somebody got some cooked eggs. Oh boy, they are fattening them little piggies up. I like the color on the brown one on the left side. Kind of neat. Interesting pointy ears too, the way they're standing up. Doesn't really look like a pig ears. It looks more like some other animal, which is pretty cool. I don't think they want a hogwash. What about him? He looks like he needs a hogwash. At least that snout does. I think definitely hogwash material. I love the curly tails. Yep, these we can see one curly tail off on the left hand side there, and the other one looks pretty straight. Definitely hiding from the hogwash. Yeah. Let's get to the next one. He's already in the hogwash. He's got straw in there and everything. That's our buckets and buckets of fun. Yep. Let's continue on. And previous picture. Well, yep, we got it, Sue. No worries. And this guy, when you see happy pigs, it's always nice. And look at the floppy ears on this one. Peepo, or Peppo. Anyway, that one is, the 3 are actually pretty cool. I think the piggies with pointed ears are impersonating a fox. Oh, Nancy. Ooh, that could be what they're doing. Kinda. You know, that might even be something to take a look at. Anyway, this one here isn't so bad. He's in his crib along with his piggy doll, as well as looks like he's quite comfy in there. You gotta like it when, you know, your sty is really, really nice like that. That's what we call a posh sty. So, pretty awesome. Let's get to our next bacon seed. And, good night, dear friends. That's a piggy sleeping. She's having a nap. And that's the way it works. She's snoozing away. One of those bacon seeds is a fake. On the other picture, well, it's a doll. The one down close to the foot of the crib there, that's just a doll. The real one, of course, is sleeping up in the top part of the crib. Anyway, we were looking at that. And here's our last one for today. And that is this little guy. And he's kind of snuggled up and relaxing too in his little bed. And gotta admit, he looks cute. You just want to kind of cuddle a little guy like that. Very awesome and nice to see. So big thank you to Piggy for our wonderful bacon seeds today. I really do appreciate your efforts. And all good. Busted, they are passing off counterfeit bacon seeds. So cute. Counterfeit bacon seeds. How dare they, Mars? That's just horrible. Anyway, that's our wonderful seeds for today, ladies and gentlemen. So let's leave it as that. We had a look at the earthquakes there in Iceland. Quite a bit of activity going on there. Let's pop around to a couple other places real quick to make mention. And Sue sent me a video from Geology Hub today where he kind of summarized what's going on around the Azores. A little bit more unrest there as of late. And when we go take a look at the earthquake map for the Azores, we do see that. I'm going to refresh that real quick just so we're up to date here. And we're going to make that slightly bigger. There we go. And there we can see we've got a swarm still happening there. If I zoom out a little bit more, I don't know if it still shows that other big quake. No, the 4 point or 5 point something there is no longer visible. And the other one up here is not visible on this map either. But zooming in real quick, we wanted to see 7 quakes in the last 24 hours for them. So a little bit of activity, and that is interesting. And again, here's Fiel Island, and we see most of it in this region. So possibly maybe a new island popping up. You'd never know. Anyway, 12 hours ago, 2.6 right there, and that was 10 kilometers down at 9:32 a.m. This next one from 2:30 this morning, 5 kilometers down, magnitude 3. Next one is this guy here, 2.9 clicks down, a surface quake, and that was from today at 23:24, so very, very fresh. This one is a 2.9, 4.4 kilometers down from 11:37 GMT, and the other one here from 4:37 this morning, their time, 2 in magnitude. So a little bit of action there, and that is actually quite large quakes for that area. Then we do have one here. From 20 hours ago, from 55 minutes after midnight, and 2.3 10 kilometers down, and that's what we got there. So if we zoom out and just take a look in general, this, of course, the mid-Atlantic ridge, and this one going this way is the East Azores fault, and that's what we're seeing. You know, it's been there. Like I said, we've seen that big one down the coast here, and another one up slightly further to the north, not on this map. So interesting to see what's going on there. Anyway, let's pop over to our next place. Let's see, by the way, do we have a decent view of it? No. Translate, yeah, sure. There, this is actually on St. George, and we see one of the towns there and the harbor, and then of course the lights of Pico Island off in the distance, and normally you'd be able to see Pico volcano over there, but not visible right now, obviously. Okay, so let's leave that be, and we'll get over to our next adventure, and that is, of course, Popocatépetl in central Mexico. Popocatépetl covered by clouds once again, from 1520 is the time on there right now. If we go back a little bit, it was more cloud, and I'm trying to see where we actually could see it. 5 hours and 9 minutes ago we had a view. There it is at 10:11 a.m. we see a lot of off-gassing and a fairly darkish colored cloud material coming out of there, so some ash and tephra included, in addition to just gases. And if we go back, we kind of see that was a steady run of off-gassing like that. It doesn't matter where we go. 7:17 this morning it was doing that. We go back a little bit further here. 6:19 a.m. it was off-gassing fairly good, and we go back into the nighttime scenario. 5:21, you can see that plume going up, and then prior to that, I think it was just a little while before that we can just barely see a little bit of glow and it pluming, but the clouds were in there. So just prior to about 5:11, they were socked in. You couldn't see a darn thing. So that's where we are at, and what we've got going on at Popocatépetl. So it's hiding in the clouds right now, doing its thing. Let's go to our next one, and we may have another cloud dweller, and that of course is our oh, there we go. We went back 5 hours and 51 minutes, and we could see it. There is a Fuego in Guatemala, and it is actually visible 5 hours ago. You can see a small plume coming out right now, or at that point in time, and that's, yeah, just about 6 hours ago, and looked all right. And if we back that up a little bit more, we can see a little bit more action happening here at 9:01 this morning their time, and there you can see some very heavy ash cloud coming out, and previous one that has already dissipated a little bit, and that is interesting and nice to see. We know that volcano is busy doing its thing. We did see some interesting eruptive activity here earlier as well. This is kind of quick coming out of there. When we see it moving quickly, it's always a time to take a look for volcanic lightning, because the particles in there are smashing together, polarizing, and whether it's water vapor, etc., tephra, ash, gas molecules, you name it, anything that is going to rub together is going to create a polarity of sorts, either positive or negative, and that ends up resulting in charged areas and possible volcanic lightning, especially when you see heavy ash plumes like this. So very cool. Don't see anything happening there right now, though. We did have a few more of those puffs earlier as well. This one from 7:48 a.m. And again, multiple from even earlier, 6:53. And if we go back into our golden time, we even had one there that was around 5:58 a.m. and that's just as the sun was rising. If we go back here, this is, I'm hoping, about the right spot, 5 a.m. or just thereafter. Oh yeah, I went too far. Right there. If we leave it right there, then of course we're moonlit night. Clouds are moonlit a little bit from the top, and you can see the volcano throwing out a good bolt of lava there, and ending up on the caldera, floating down the sides of the mountain. Pretty cool. So that is awesome. And prior to that, we were hit and miss with. I think there was the moon in there. Let's see if we. Oh, I know we had some lightning in there. That was cool. And looks like we had a plume here that detached a while ago. So I don't know if we can find it. Oh yeah, we can. We'll just show you that one. And there it is. So that was at 3:52 this morning. You have 5 minutes, he says. 5 minutes before I turn into a pumpkin. Apparently I'm a carriage right now. No? Something like that. And no, wonky donkey, I misheard. I didn't say I'm a carrot. I said a carriage. A big difference. You can't eat carriages. And no, you can't put the carriage up on blocks either. You don't have enough. They're too tall. Anyway, some decent lava floating down there, and that is nice. And that's, if you're still here, wonky donkey. He was earlier. I seen him. And that guy snuck in, stole some carrots, and left. All right, that's what we got going on at Fuego in Guatemala. So that is pretty cool. And of course, they're suffering from that volcano gray. Anyway, this one is from 9:48 a.m. This is a Masaya volcano, and that is in our wonderful Nicaragua. You do see some off-gassing here, this kind of a brownish, grayish material. You can see the difference in front of the background clouds. So definitely some off-gassing happening there. Let's refresh that, see if it gets any better. Well, not really. It just has clear sky in the background by a little bit. But you can definitely see that plume just heading up a little bit more upward than over. So pretty awesome. Let's leave that be. Next one. And hey, what a picture. And that is Rincon de la Vieja, a volcano in Costa Rica. And we are seeing the wonderful thing. Dr. Fox, I don't think you are going to turn into a pumpkin, but you might turn into a Pepsi. Oh, no. I don't mind that. That'll keep me sweet. All right. Anyway. That's what we got going on there right now in Costa Rica. Let's carry on with the next one. And this is going down to our wonderful Chile. And we might want to refresh that right away. But let's just take a look at what was happening this morning. If it'll bring it up, I might have to redo that. They seem to have some problems. Anyway, we can see some off-gassing there from Alaska. From this, well, actually that's this afternoon. That's current. Okay, so they give us current video. All right, they must have updated it all by themselves. Anyway, that looks pretty good. So we do see some off-gassing and creating some SO2. Next one, Laguna del Mole. And they did update that as well. So still lots of snow kicking around up top there, and we'll likely start seeing that melting in the near future, since it is going to turn into their summertime soon. And the last one here, yep, all clouds and no action. That is a volcano gray with various shades. We know Villarrica is underneath there, but it's not coming out to play, unfortunately. So no views of Villarrica. Pooh. All right. I didn't say that out loud. You didn't hear that. Let's go back over here, put Rebby back on. And where is that Rebby? There he is. We'll get him playing, and that'll be good. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider giving it a quick bop, and that'd be really, really awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be really cool as well. On that, a friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break, keep smiling, and I'll be back with more stuff. What are we coming back with? We'll be coming back with likely Merapi and New Zealand and those areas. So we'll see what's happening down in Indonesia and maybe Japan as well. All right, on that note, keep smiling, and I'll be back. Here's some music. Hit the like button. If you haven't, hit it. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And, of course, we're doing our thing. We're going through the volcanoes slowly and checking them all out and see which one's popping and erupting. And I just paused our canned lava. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Ariane. Good night to Tanto. Thank you, Nancy Buchanan, as well as Henry and John and Mr. Pillar and Sue. Thank you guys for the welcome backs. Let's get over to our next screen, and that'll be over at Merapi. And let's see if Merapi will make us happy today. And 4:21 a.m. there. This is live, and this is what we're seeing. And let's go back and see how bad it really was as far as not having good visibility. Well, there at 4:03 a.m. we seen a little bit, and that's probably the last of it as this cloud had moved in and to the way. And I'm going back in time here. We go back another 3 hours. We do see it again at 1:06 a.m. A little bit of lava up top, not a heck of a lot happening. And back into the clouds we go. And yeah, do we see anything here? Hard to tell. That, mind you, looks like it's going down the opposite side. So something going on there. We'll see. Going back a little bit more here, trying to figure out where we're at. They did lose signal from the camera for a while, but they also did have this open up again at about 9:11 p.m. their time from there yesterday, hour today, and that's what we were seeing. Unfortunately, the other views are no good, so we do see our seismic signal fairly heavy in here, and that would be producing some lava, but no visibility. And that is kind of the way it goes, and we go back all the way into the daytime. So that's what we're seeing. Merapi not making us happy today. It definitely has too much cloud, and that is, of course, Merapi, Central Java, Indonesia. And let's go to our next volcano, and let's see if we have any visibility there. We haven't had for a few days, and it looks like we may not see again. This is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. It should be right there, but the clouds are in the way, and that is not good. Going back a little bit here, trying to see if we can sneak past the clouds. You can see the edge of the volcano over here, and just the bottom end of it kind of in the mists. If we go back a little bit more, we do see it. And not very well. Neat cloud up here too. Wow. Spaceship if I ever see one, right? Anyway, that is just right at their dawn time, just as the sun is coming up, and you can see there is Mount Ruapehu. Nobody's stolen it yet, so all good. One time I saw this woman walk by with a chihuahua in her purse. When the city bus drove by, the chihuahua jumped out and chased it. Oh, chihuahua, not smart, not smart. Anyway, that is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. Not much visibility there for us. We'll leave it be. Let's go over to the next one in New Zealand, and that is Taupo. And, of course, the whole lake is the caldera for Taupo, so a very large volcano indeed. Normally you can see Mount Ruapehu behind the mountains back here, but because of the cloud we are unable to. Somebody stole our flag, so we can't really tell if it's breezy or not. I don't see the leaves moving, so should be all right. Anyway, not much to see there. Hazy day, and looks like it was raining a bit. From what I see anyway. Hopefully they'll have a nice day later on. Anyway, Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center is the the ones who have this stream, and that is very awesome, and thank you for that. And on that note, we'll make that one smaller, put you back over to Merapi, and pop over to our next one, and that'll will be a Semeru, maybe, if we can find it. Semeru, and that is this guy. Let's see, we got commercials, the wintertime stuff. Let's get rid of that. There we go, Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. And we can see that is live, 4:46 a.m. and that is about the only time I think we're going to see it. We'll go back a little bit here in the moonlight, and this is about half an hour ago. You can see the plume going way up. It was nice and clear, and then prior to that we had a cloud, so that is just not good. And we had those bugs flying around there as well, and the cloud was intermittent to a degree, but for the most part a very poor visibility of what we wanted to look at. So going back a little bit further, this is 7 hours ago. Quite hazy out in the forefront here, so hard to tell what's going on. And let's see if we go back a little bit further. Do we see anything glowing up top is the trick? And no, this is at 1934 or 7:34 their time yesterday evening, and nothing showing there. And then prior to that we didn't see anything. It was hazier, so hard to tell. That's 6:30 at their time roughly, and here is when the sun was just getting ready to set. So that's what we got, and that's all the way back, and that's 1620. Wasn't a bad day there, but at least we don't get to see anything. That's the sad part. Let's leave that as what it is, and let's go to our next one. I don't know if he's got anything new here. Let's refresh and just see. Nope, no new streams from Lava TV Cab, unfortunately. And let's take a look at Ta'al Meditation and see if he's got anything happening, any live streams. No lives happening there. And I do believe Sue did send an update to all. Is that yesterday's? No, that's today's. Madam Roots had a short up there, and that was this one, and we can play that minus the volume. If I can find where the volume is, there, we get rid of that. All right, you can see Ta'al off gassing. At least it looks like it's from Ta'al. Maybe it's hard to tell in this shot. A little bit too much movement there, so hard to distinguish if those puffy clouds are actually from Ta'al or are they stragglers that are just moving by. Anyway, that is what we've got from there for an update, and we'll leave that be, and let's carry on with our show here. Next volcano we want to go over to will be Yellowstone National Park. Let's have a quick peek at Yellowstone. I probably have to refresh that. Let me get that going. And let's see, they moved the screen again. Darn it, I hate when they do that. Close enough. I think there, somewhere thereabouts. Anyway, that is our let's see, maybe down just a little more, something like that. At least we see the bottom. Okay, so multiple geysers there in Yellowstone. They've got over 500 of them, and of course I keep saying, hey, if you haven't already had a look at that website, they did bring it up in the chat there, Yellowstone or Jellystone, either or. You can use those links, and that gets you to this embedded video, as well as a multitude of other still cameras and maps and all kinds of neat things there about Yellowstone. So you're welcome to go to that site, bookmark it, and have a look at it. Beautiful stuff there. And we'll leave that be. Let's go over to our next one, and that is over in Japan. And we'll see what our wonderful Sakurajima is doing. I gotta find Japan though. It's moved again. And let's put that back on live. Make that bigger. No ice cream boat present. Alright. And why are we not seeing ice cream boats as often? Is it the off season or something? Oh boy. It's not the often season, that's for sure. And welcome the reborn. And let's continue on here. There we go. There's what's happening at Sakurajima right now. Some neat off-gassing and pluming. And that is pretty interesting. And we got our buzzards circling. I don't know what birds those are, but they're circling. Using the thermals up there. That's pretty cool. Smart birds. Anyway, let's go back a bit, see what it looked like earlier. Yep, there's some more birds, and still doing the same thing at that previous time. And looking here, this was at 5:05 a.m., and you can definitely tell there was lava happening inside that caldera. You can definitely see that glow, and that always makes us happy when we see that. I'm just wondering if it's ever going to come out of there. 4:49 we seen that glow as well. And let's see, right about here, this is a little bit further back, 4:43, quite visible a glow. But no lava splashing out, and we did see that glow from quite a ways back. It was continuing all the way through. A little heavier cloud there, but the glow is there. If we go back just a bit more, you can definitely see it. 2:30 this morning, so definitely an active volcano. Just need to know when it is going to erupt. That would be pretty awesome. And going back a little bit further, we go all the way back here to 2324, and we see it was in that same state. Quite heavy glow in there, and very noticeable even with the moonlight lighting it up. It's quite noticeable. 2218 looks like they actually had more lava in there glowing at that point. And if we go back a little bit more here, let's see what we got there. 2154, not quite as visible, but still quite a bit. And I'm hoping that we're going to see an eruptive activity, you know, throwing out some lava. I want to see that. Some stuff shooting up. This is at 1928, yesterday, their time, not our time yet today. So they are, of course, over the international date line for us here. And 1919, that's what we've seen. So definitely a glow of lava all the way through the night. So we know there is heavy lava sitting in that caldera. Definitely something to consider. Let's move on to our next volcano, and we'll have to wait for the commercials for a second or so. There we go. Get rid of that. Bright light, bright light. Don't look into the light. Anyway, that is our wonderful volcano ASO. You can't see it off-gassing here, even with the bright light trying to make a silhouette out of it. And we'll get to the very early morning hours. You can see it right in here. You can see that lighter patch. That, of course, is the off-gassing from the volcano. And there you can see it a little bit better as the sun is coming up. Nice sunrise, but and of course the red is a good indicator in here that there's higher levels of SO2 in the area. But definitely seeing some steam as well. We see the steam for sure, but I don't know if there's how much SO2 is coming out. We do know, though, on a regular basis, it's pretty heavy as of late. And just moving that ahead, and you can see the wisps right there, but very difficult. All right, let's put that one back on live, and that is what it looks like this very second. That cloud kind of took some of the glare out. You can definitely see the steam coming off of the vent here. And ASO, of course, is a huge caldera, and this is just happens to be the active vent within that caldera. All right, let's make that one smaller. We'll go over to our next volcano, and that is Asama. Asama is about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, and it likes to off-gas as of late quite a bit. And it's been producing more and more SO2 all the time. So very interesting to see that. There it is. It's definitely steaming. And prior to that, it was in the clouds, so it's very difficult to tell what it was doing there. We go back far enough, we can tell 2:48 in the morning. It was visible with the moonlight. We do see it continuing to steam, and this is about 6 hours ago, 51 minutes after midnight their time. Definitely noticeable that it is off-gassing, no question about that. This is earlier at 23:09, some cloud moved in, and just one more shot at 21:42. We could definitely still see it, so definitely there. All right, that's got a lot of SO2 coming out there. 3-minute warning, thanks Sue, and I think we're just about good with that. So yeah, pretty cool to see that. Asama doing its thing, and here comes the ice cream boat just in time. Awesome. There we go. The ice cream boat is pulling in. Perfect timing for the break. Everyone can run down and get an ice cream and do your thing. And JB is here. Welcome, JB. And all cool. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be really cool. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break, 5, 6, or 7 minutes, so don't go away. I will be back, and after that, we will work on what's shaking around the world, earthquake-wise, and then we'll cover our SO2 map and maybe a little weather, just a storm chasing kind of stuff. Yay! Thank you, Sue. I hope you got me that pistachio one. Yummy. I could really use one of them right now. All right, yeah, the volcano report. The volcano report. What about it? We'll do that when we come back. Let's put you on the canned lava for now and get that going. Ice cream boat is in. I'm happy. And let's get to turning on that canned lava. Make it move. And there we go. And pistachio for Doc. Awesome. Thank you. That makes me happy. I like that green stuff. All right. On that friendly note, I'll be back. Keep smiling. And hit that like button. All right. I'll be back. Music. Cue music. I'll be back. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and thank you for the welcome backs from John and JB. And wow, the 2000 kind of went weird there. And thanks, Sue and Henry and Alba Girl and Mars 2028. Awesome. Some pretty cool twisters there on the screen, which is kind of neat. Yeah, wave and keep going, buddy. All right. Anyway, that looks awesome to see those volcanic twisters. Really neat. Pretty cool with the thermal dynamics happening there with the wind. Yep, Volcano. Yep, that's kind of what they are, Dan. In a way, I guess that's the best way to describe them. But yeah, that's the weather dynamic of having colder air and hot air, and three directions of airflow, and away you go. Oh, more monsters. Monsters peeking in on the camera. Okay, scary. All right, volcano report. Let's go find that. I had one of those, and they aren't getting any easier. Late Saturday's volcanic activity. 5 volcanoes on the list. First one on the list is Popocatépetl, central Mexico. A volcanic ash cloud observed by satellite to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 1945 last night. Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 2,100. Sangay in Ecuador, a volcanic ash likely continuing, reported at 2115. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash not observable, reported at 2215. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 2330. That was our 5 from yesterday, and we have 11 on the list for today. And let's start out with Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, and that is eruption, volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at midnight and at 7:30 in the morning. Suwanoshijima in Japan, volcanic ash emissions continuing to observed to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 15 minutes after midnight, and erupted to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 12:15. Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic ash not detected, reported at 15 minutes after midnight. Interesting. And sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 1550. We seen otherwise, and there was all kinds of sporadic volcanic activity. Reventador in Ecuador, a volcanic ash seen in satellite and webcam to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 3:45 a.m. Possible volcanic ash emissions continue, reported at 9:45. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. A discrete volcanic ash to 17,000 feet or 5,200 meters, reported at 4:30 this morning. And Vona State reported as to 17,000 feet, 5,200 meters, reported at 10:30. So kind of continuing on. Dakona, Halmahera Island in Indonesia, volcanic continuous volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 5:30 this morning. Hang on, got to clear my throat. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash not seen in satellite, reported at 5:45 a.m. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, Volcat alert and seen in satellite to 19,000 feet, 5,900 meters, reported at 6 a.m. Volcanic ash emissions observed and reported at 1600. Lualtolak, Lesser Sunda Islands in Indonesia, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters reported at 8:15 a.m. Sangay in Ecuador, a possible volcanic ash emissions continuing, reported at 9:15. And Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 11:45 this morning, their time. That is it for the report. Thank you, Sue. And wow, lots of volcanoes on there. And yeah, there are 46 volcanoes around the planet that are considered in an eruptive state. And let's see, some of the ones that are of interest. And I did watch that one that Sue sent me here from a GeoHub. If you haven't watched that yet, it's actually worthwhile. Let's see if I can bring that up. This is the link to the GeoHub one. Copy the link. We'll drop it in the chat here, and you can. Let's see. I'm just gonna GeoHub. Do that this way, and we'll actually pin that up there so you guys can deal with it. And somebody type something, that way it'll go up in the chat. I got that stupid heart thing over top of it and it won't allow me to pin it. Anyway, if you go have a look at that, yeah, that works. Thank you. Typing, and that was enough just to move it up one row so I could actually pin that message. Anyway, you can go over there to a Geology Hub and do your thing, and have a look at that video. And there is definitely some interesting information in there, as well as Tonga showing some activity there. So we have some interesting stuff going on around the planet. I just saw quackers flying overhead in Provo. You sure it was quackers, JB? I seen quackers was still doing test flying here not too long ago. 2 pineapples knows how to get rid of any annoying heart, the annoying heart symbols. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask him, and actually I can probably Google it and it will tell me too how to get rid of that annoying chat heart in the YouTube chat, and I'm sure that'll work. Anyway, let's get over and let's freeze our volcanic activity there for right now, and we will get over to our earthquake map and we'll see what's happening earthquake wise. And pop in there. Let's get to the right map. This one. Click the right button. There we go. Not quite as busy today, I don't think, but we are still seeing some quakes in some different places, and kind of scary a little bit. Kamchatka Peninsula, very quiet. And we look at the Aleutian Islands, pretty much quiet as well. We do have a little bit over here, 3.0 on the Alaskan Peninsula from 11:40 this morning, 19.7 kilometers down. Then another little 3.3 out here, 6:08 this morning, 10 clicks down. And then I see a red one here, 3.2, 33 kilometers northwest of Valdez, Alaska. Valdez. Anyway, that's happening there. And then over here, we see one that is always a worrisome kind of a quake. Some of these can create some interesting tidal waves, and I did see the thing on the not Icelandic, but the Greenlandic tidal wave, how that happened when that one quake hit. This, of course, the record quake was up here somewhere where they had, or the record tsunami wave that they had recorded was over, I think, 1,000 feet in one of these fjords here where they had a big landslide because of a quake. Anyway, this 3.6 from 122, 7 kilometers down. It's a Valdez, sounds like a Valdez. It's Valdez, sounds like Valdez. Okay, so it is Valdez. Alright, we'll leave it as that. I'm moving down the coastline though. We did have a bunch more here, and it's like a little swarm happening. And remember, we had the one over here by, that's Ferndale, pretty a big one yesterday. And then we've seen a few more here. Petrolia 3.3 from 1329. There it is. I had to look for that. And that is from today, of course, 9.6 clicks down. The other one, 4.1 from 941, 9.8 kilometers down. And another one here, a 1.4. I don't think that was that big, but hey, 1344. 8.9 kilometers down, so they would have likely felt those. Same with this 4.7. That would have shaken the whole area here. Anyway, that's what's happening, and hopefully that's not going to continue too much. But it's better to see them in the 4s than it is to see a 9. Okay, I'd like to see a whole bunch more 3s and 4s. Telling us the plates are slipping along the fault, and there's no issue. If we don't see those, then we end up with the bigger ones. Sliding all the way through Central America, no quakes. South America, no quakes. Getting into the South Sandwich Islands, no quakes today. Moving through the Antarctic Ridge areas, no quakes. And nothing here in New Zealand. But getting onto the Kermadec Ridge, we don't see too much till we get to the very end of it. In Tonga, 4.9, and that's 6:54 a.m., 77.9 kilometers down. The other two are in Fiji. This one's a 4.6 from 3:46 a.m., 485.9 kilometers down, and this one is a 4.4, and that is from 1408. 500 kilometers down for that guy. Fiji, of course, is that whole area. They consider that Fiji. And that is what we got over there. Nothing in Vanuatu, which is probably a relief for them. And that is pretty cool. And getting over here, Papua New Guinea, we see a 4.8 from Kokopo area. And that is from 1730, 108.8 kilometers down. This one also in Papua New Guinea, 4.6 and 4.5 kilometers. No, hang on, 86.8 kilometers down. 4:25 was the time on it. Let's get it straight. Not seeing anything in this area here, eastern Indonesia or southern Philippines. We do have this one, and this is East Java area, well, out into the water, the subduction area. 4.7 from 1818, 10 kilometers down. And this one probably scared a lot of people, 5.3. This is Jakarta, so this is a heavily populated area, and that would have rattled some bones here with that quake. And that's something to consider. If you look around, you can see there's all kinds of farms and communities and everything in that area. 5.3 would have done some damage, and hopefully not too much to cause anyone grief. And let's see, nothing else there. Let's get over to the Japanese islands here. We see 4.5 Izu Islands and region of Japan, and that's from 1310 today, 134.9 kilometers down. And that is pretty cool. And then we've got this one, Japan, northern area there. That is a 4.6 from, 22:25 yesterday, 60.6 kilometers down. Nothing further up on the Kuril Islands, so we'll leave that be. A couple in China. This is Western Sichuan, China, and that is at 8:16 a.m. A 4.5, 10 kilometers down. The other one is a 4.4, and that is from 5:47 and 10 kilometers down for that. Not seeing anything in Tajikistan or Afghanistan area. Looking down here in Africa, nothing else there either. And there we go. We don't see anything in Greece or Italy or Spain or anywhere. There's the one that I was mentioning about the 5.2 that we had in the Azores. And there's all the other ones are happening here. We had that 5.2 there. So that was on the 29th. And then we have this newer one up here, and that one is a 4.7 from 37 minutes after midnight today, 10 kilometers down. So a little bit of movement along the mid-Atlantic ridge, and kind of neat to see that. Let's zoom into Hawaii real quick and see what's shaking there. Not a heck of a lot going on. I don't see anything over here in the Kilauea area or Lahani. Is it Lalani? Lalani? What is this area? Lalani area. Yeah, I don't see anything happening there. Let's do this one on the side of Mauna Loa. That's a 2.3, happened at 17:09 yesterday, and that's only 100 meters below sea level. This one 1.9 from 23:17 yesterday, 600 meters above sea level. So a big difference in elevations there. And this one is 1.8 from 8:37 this morning at 28.3 clicks down below sea level. And this one is a 1.9 from yesterday at 21:11, 38.3 kilometers down. A little deeper than the normal ones in the Pahala region. This one, 1.8 from 7:13 this morning, 30.5 kilometers down. 2.0 from 22:17 yesterday, 32.9 clicks down. And 2.4 from 12:40, and that is from 30.1 kilometers down. This one here, 1.9, 23:17 yesterday, and that's at 600 meters above sea level. So that's it for quakes there in Hawaii. Gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on, and really kind of quieting down for the most part from what we see. I'm just wondering what we're going to see though happen in the next little while. And what I was saying about these quakes here, this is good to see the quakes here. Like I said, if we see these little guys, a bunch of 3s and 4s, that kind of sizes, that tells us that's allowing the plate to slip a little bit. It's when you don't ever see those quakes, that is when you really have to wonder what's building up. The pressure is building up. This is a pressure relief, and that is a good thing right there. NASA space flight, not NAFA. What? NAFA? NAFA. Who's a NAF? NAF? National Aeronautical Flights? I have no idea. Okay. I'm just kidding. Hi, David. Welcome. Anyway, that's our quakes, and we're done a little bit early with that. NSF. No sufficient funds. Oh boy. Yeah, to launch a rocket, no sufficient funds. It's over engineered. Oh, hang on, that's NASA. NASA space flight. Okay, all cool. Anyway, let's see. I want to take you over to the SO2 map, but that's for after the break. I'm going to get it ready though. I will take a look at it, and oop, I messed up there already. It's okay. I'm fixing it up. Let's get you to, well, windy.com. I'm going to get that ready, and we'll get you back over to the canned lava for the time being, I think. And I'm going to take the break early. So there is canned lava. Let's watch some twisters go by. And I thought that was neat, seeing the little twisters. Anyway, let's leave it on there for those good people who have popped in. If you haven't yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bump, and that would really be awesome. Oh, by the way, I wanted to say thank you, Grandma B, for throwing in that wonderful $2 super chat, first super chat of the month. And thank you very kindly for that. Appreciate it. And on that note, I'm going to go for a break. So keep smiling, be good. And I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Hey, somebody's typing smoke. Or, a smoke in that little spot. Danger, danger, smoke. And question mark. Okay, we'll leave that be. I'm going to go for a break. That was, of course, from previous stuff. I'll leave it on there. And here we go. Music. Cue the music. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from John. And welcome back, DrFox2000. Okay, thanks, John, or JB. And thanks, Mars 2028 and Sue, and our wonderful King Colin. And I'm sure that I will see that. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, in a second, but I won't repeat it. Okay, McGregor, I got it. There it is. La la la. Oh, I had to add la la la. I forgot to do that. I couldn't read your mind quite that easily there, Sharon. Sorry. Anyway, no worries. All good. Let's continue on. And we're going to do the SO2 report. Now, let's see if we can get at that. Okay, all right, stop that lava. There we go. One thing at a time. Too many things on my mind here. Let's get over to the SO2 map, wherever that thing disappeared to. All right, so looking at what has transpired in North America, well, it looks like most of that stuff is starting to dwindle and move out, and it's going to Europe. Yay. Well, not yay for them, but yay, it's not staying in Canada. Anyway, let's get at things here. We'll start out on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is Russian territory. We've got Shevelish up on the top here, as well as Klayevshevskoy and Bezimiani and Karimsky and Matnovsky. And then down on the bottom, Ibiko, and they're all producing together, making this wonderful big plume. So we know where that's coming from. Not sure where that is coming from. That could be a volcano or something near Atka, Alaska. Which one is near Atka? Is that the Great Sitkins? Somewhere, I can't remember where that one is located. Anyway, going over here a little bit further, we do see a heavier plume right in here, and of course, that is a Sheldon, so UFO exhaust, likely. Not sure if what part of that came from there. Remnant stuff from our wonderful Sheldon, perhaps. So. Anyway, we've been inundated with very high levels of SO2 here in Canada for a couple of weeks now. Actually, I think we're tapping on a month, if not more. We had the stuff, of course, from Hawaii move through, and of course from Sheldon. So we're seeing that still moving through on another eruption. So pretty heavy duty up in the Northwest Territories. And none of it, who really want none of it. We are still seeing quite a bit in British Columbia and along the coastline. We'll talk about that down there in a minute. And Alberta still fairly heavy, but nowhere near as bad as yesterday. And looking at Saskatchewan, they still have some heavy stuff up in the north. Same thing with there in Manitoba, but starting to dwindle. Southern Ontario a little bit better, northern portions not so good, and most of Quebec not doing so good either, as well as half of New Brunswick, and getting into Newfoundland and up into Labrador area through Quebec. Some very heavy stuff. As we can see, a lot of it has moved off and already onto Greenland. Looking up in the northern areas there, we still see that we've got that circulation in the northern portions of Hudson's Bay here, so that's kind of swinging some of it around, and I think redirecting it to northern areas and letting it come back down on top of Greenland. Looking at what we've got in the eastern side of the U.S., looking a lot better and more breathable. I guess this storm here likely causing some of that. I wonder which one that one is. Where'd our other ones go? They were down here. We'll find them in the other weather map soon. Anyway, levels still a little bit high there in Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia area, Ohio as well. But I'm sure that will drop. The rest is kind of a normal people pollution that we normally see there. Still seeing this with the weather currents. Some of this is from Popocatépetl, some of this is from Hawaii, and I don't know if some of it from Sheldon got pulled down here as well. But that's the remnant stuff from that, still inundating the coastal states. And of course, we get inland a little bit more, we start to see it dissipating. So we're starting to see some daylight, if you will, from all that SO2. Mexico, central Mexico, Popocatépetl and Mexico City still has a bit of an output there. And we're seeing the stuff here from Central America, basically into the Pacific for the most part. This, I think, was from Nevado del Rouge, and that kind of moved up there. Hopefully that'll get some rain on it and get rid of that as well. And the rest going into the Pacific, and then we get down here to Sabancaya. It's heavy enough that it's going across Bolivia as well as all of Paraguay over into Brazil. The rest of the stuff from the Chilean volcanoes kind of drifting down and coming across Argentina down on the bottom end here out into the Pacific, or sorry, the Atlantic I should say. And then we get over into the Pacific and the southern portions of the Indian Ocean, and we see all this stuff. What's it all from? And it looks like it's fresher stuff here again today, so hard to say. You know, over here we understand Easter Island, but where is all this coming from? Which sea mounds are actually popping? Hard to tell. We do see, though, White Isle Volcano has got a little bit of a plume there, and this is going on the way to Tonga, and of course we've got the Kermadec Ridge here, and there's all kinds of activity there. So this coming from one of the vents here, maybe under the sea, who knows? We'll figure that out eventually. Let's take a look here. Hard to tell what's actually coming from the refinery in Melbourne or the coking plants. Too much other SO2 around there. Tofua up here in Tonga doing its thing, and not so bad from there right now. Yasur still chugging away. That volcano's been going for over 800 years. Pretty awesome. And northern portions of Vanuatu, we still have Gawa and Aoba, and then of course Papua New Guinea. They have their buddies there doing their thing, still off-gassing pretty good. And then we've got, who is it over here? We've got some Reventador. No, not Reventador. Luotalak, and that's what the one. I'm trying to think which volcano is there. But he's throwing out all kinds of gassy stuff. And then we've got a Semeru here making that plume. And we think this is from Merapi. But we don't really see that much SO2 coming from Merapi. Makes me wonder sometimes. Lots of people pollution in the area too. That's something we have to consider. And Jakarta, of course, does produce a lot of SO2, so it's really hard to tell what's actually coming from Krakatau right here, and it being lighter around here. Maybe that's all being blown over there, but I don't think so. I think a lot of that is just stuff from the people pollution, and it seems to be there all the time. I'm not sure if our Dempo is doing anything in this area. And then, of course, up here we have Marapi, not Murapi, but Marapi, and Carinci, and they're doing their stuff. We're seeing longer plumes from them, so I don't know, a pretty steady, heavy-duty stuff. And then we've got this one here, and that is our Cinnabung that's doing that. Something too is this one. Look at this wonderful island. I can't remember the name of it. That's a volcano, by the way. Just so you know, and that's one that you don't want to mess with. I'm trying to think of the name of that. Let me get it for you, because it's going to bug me otherwise. And it definitely had a name. Toba. That's it. Thank you, Sue. I was going to just take a look on the other map. But the island, they actually call it something else there. But it is a Toba. And that is, what is it? Pulau Samosir. Pulau Samosir is the island in the middle there. So let me get back onto that screen. Yeah, so that island is separate, but that's the caldera, so that's a pretty nasty one if it ever popped, and they've had increased seismicity there, so something to consider. And then getting over here further, and we got Ibu and Dakono doing their thing on Halmahera Island, and then of course we have some pretty good off-gassing here from our wonderful Mayon volcano. Not getting anything from Bulusan over here, so I'll quiet that way. And then of course we have Taal over here, and Taal as well as Manila produce quite a bit of SO2, so we'll see larger plumes there. This, though, you see the circulation, and you see, well, you see this stuff over here. Half of it used to, well, it was all sitting here yesterday. So that drifted this way. The other portions of that were caught in the circulation here and going in this direction. So that's pretty interesting from the eruption that happened here. So that's stray material. Still heavy industrial stuff there in Taiwan, and of course we see this area here that is Suwanosujima, so we'll see uplifted levels there. And here's Sakurajima. Sakurajima, as I said, lots of SO2. ASO, on the other hand, not as much as we seen. It wasn't really producing that much steam either, so levels are down a little bit, but that's okay. I'm sure they're not going to complain. And going over and looking at the lower levels here in Tokyo, and the area back here a little higher, that's Sama. So very cool. And let's go take a look. Well, everything looks pretty normal up top there. Going over to India, a little lighter there today. Same thing with Sri Lanka and South Africa, continuing to smelt that gold and create lots of SO2 in the process. Hey, it doesn't look so bad from Democratic Republic of the Congo today, and that's Nyamuragira and Nyiragongo. Goma 1 and 2. There we go. I got it out. And yeah, they're doing their thing. And that would be from Urta Ale. And Urta Ale is producing a little bit of SO2, not that much. And then we see our heavy spots here. Those are oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran, as well as up here in Lebanon, and one small one there in Cairo. So we'll see what they've got. Anyway, that's the heavy SO2 from there. Piggy's area back up in higher levels again. That wind changed and blowing it back on top of them. Hopefully that'll go away. And looking at what we've got coming off of Mount Etna, it's heading over here into Tunisia and giving them some bad air. And of course we can see around Stromboli a heavier layer there as well. So between Etna and Stromboli, they're doing a fantastic job. And looking at the other stuff here in Europe now. This was, this is all compliments of our wonderful Sheldon. And that's most of that, yeah, from Sheldon. Maybe some from Hawaii yet too in there, but most of that is from Sheldon. So that is getting through places like Germany and France and Holland, and it's gone through Denmark now, getting into Norway, Sweden, Finland, you name it, and really, really yucky everywhere, including Iceland. And pick a place, and it probably got it. So looks like Spain wasn't too bad, but anything north of Spain is basically got a lot of SO2. Greenland probably getting hit the worst by all that mess. Anyway, that is kind of what we're seeing, and we see this plume hanging in there on the eastern side of the U.S. and Canada here. Hopefully that'll get washed away somehow as well, and we'll see. Let's take a look and see if we can spot some storms, and just have a quick look at that. I want to get to a satellite. There we go. And that works. So there's that Felipe. It's getting closer into the Caribbean here, and I don't know, is it gonna duck down or just skirt along underneath Puerto Rico, or hit it dead on? This other one, Rina, I don't know where it's planning to go. I think it may not be long for this world. I think it's going to just die out. And this one is working its magic along the coast, though, still delivering that colder air down into the southern portions of our northern hemisphere. And hopefully it'll quit. We don't want that stuff. Push the cold back up where it belongs, and back to the North Pole. I don't want it here. Or there either. Unfortunately, we're going to get it. Seeing lots of cloud. We just got some sunshine now here, so we're just starting to see some decent sun again. Only for a little while, but we're going to see that cloud move in once more. Hopefully not so much rain this time. And yeah, it looks like same thing for the U.S. They're going to see all of that move through. I don't know what's going to happen once it gets past the Rockies and out into the Midwest. It will end up moving upward, or get caught in some circulation. Depends what this is doing over here. South America looks interesting. We got stormy stuff going on here. Some clouds over top of Brazil, nothing fancy. Same thing with down there in Argentina. Looking at what we got coming around New Zealand real quick. Well, we do have a fairly heavy circulation there. Hopefully that's not classified as a storm. And it looks like we've got some pretty fast winds happening right around here. So they may be seeing some more bad weather down in the south there yet. But hey, spring is on the way for you guys, and don't you worry. It's coming, and we know Australia's starting to warm up. Nice to see some clouds over there. Hopefully it'll deliver some rain. Let's go take a quick look at temperatures. Australia not that bad. We see some nice temps up to 30, 31 in the outback, and places like Perth 13, Sydney sitting at 20, Melbourne at about 13, Brisbane about 21 degrees, so pretty awesome. Here's that storm just off the coast of the Philippines, Koinu, and anyway, that's what I'm gonna call it, Koinu. Pretty easy, I think. Okay, we'll see how long that lasts. Satellite picture just shows, yeah, it's definitely a fair-sized storm, so something to consider there. All right, let's take a look at what? New coin? Coin new. Coin new. New coin. Don't confuse the issue. Oh. Anyway, coldest temperature, what are we seeing? Well, I already see a minus 76 there. And let's see if we can find something a little colder than a minus 76. This, of course, being the cold spots on the world. You know, it's supposed to be cold here. Antarctica. I don't want to meet Uncle Arctica because he's probably even colder. Yeah, I see a 75 there. 74, there's a 76. Let's see if we've got anything more. Minus 75. Well, yeah, we had a minus 75. Did I say we had a minus 76 earlier? Yeah, I think in there somewhere. We see minus 75 quite a bit. Minus 72, 74, 3, 4. There's another minus 75. All right. I think we're gonna have to go with minus 75. I don't know, I just don't spot that minus 76 anymore. Darn it, I hate when that happens. They stole a degree. That's a first degree act. Oh, there's a minus 76. All right, I'm going with it. A minus 76. That is it. And I found it. It's on the screen. So there you go. Yeah, all good. Minus 76. All right, let's leave that alone. And that is it for today's show. So a couple storms on there. Interesting stuff happening. And it's a tie. Is that a bow tie? Or just a regular tie? Kim Raudenbush is saying, .fox, DT Fox, I heard sirens. You're overheating the transmission lines. What transmission lines? We put fluid in the transmission this morning. It's all right. We got the transmission cooler working. Can't you hear it in the background? It's working. I tell you, it's working. All right. Enough. Anyway, it's time to put you back on that canned lava. Time for me to get off of here. My voice is going. I don't know where it's going, but I got to go do laundry. Any volunteers? Okay, you'll all volunteer, but you can't make it here, can you? Okay, time for me to go. So a big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and the CND Boy and Yvonne Kunkel and let's see, who else? Siggy, yeah, and maybe Gary, 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, etc., etc. Thank you very much, moderators. Appreciate you guys being in and doing your thing. Also, big thank you to our wonderful super chatter of the day, and that was Grandma B with her wonderful $2 super chat. And that is the only super chat for today and the first one this month, so pretty cool. And thank you, Grandma B, appreciate that. I'd volunteer my wife, except she can't get to Canada. Ah, there you go. That is what happens there, Kim. And no worries. And thank you, Sue, for sending in those reports. Always a pleasure to get them and be able to use that and share it with everyone. And thank you, Susie, and thank you, Sharon Stewart, and Lizoid. You take care as well. Okay, you guys, time for me to finish it off, though. So thanks, everyone. And appreciate all of you being here, and whether you're a member or non-member, you're still part of that wonderful lava family. So stick around, feel free to make sure you come back, and remember, tomorrow is Monday, so we will be back at regular weekday times, and that should be what we've got. Let's see if we can get that up on the screen or on the chat. VolcanoX, there you go. The times on in the chat box. All right, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone, and all the best. And the only other thing I always want to say is, please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care, good night, and oink oink! Oink oink! Oink oink! Oink oink!